That camera does not seem to be working correctly. All right. Hopefully that's all better. So yeah, I moved some cameras around. I put a different Logitech webcam there as this, and I moved high def one over there because I got another one, but I don't know if it'll work out well or not. I hope it does. If it doesn't, because this one seems to freeze, I actually have a backup and I can switch to it in real time. Oh, you guys can't see. There we go. So yeah, here I put a different camera. Although the experience shouldn't change that much for you guys. Go ahead and shout out if the sound is bad or anything. Okay, so I'm gonna kind of jump in a little bit here because I have some switches that I'm gonna lube as part of the process of this build, and I don't want it to take too long for you guys or you guys to sit through anything too boring. So this last week you guys saw me rebuild this keyboard, right? And there was dual motives. One, I wanted to measure the plate, but two, and fairly importantly, I thought, is that these keycaps seemed misaligned, and it's somewhat hard to tell here. So I'll take it over to the solder station and you guys will see it better with a direct overhead view. But these keycaps seem to have misaligned gaps. And the keyboard that I'm building today is a customer build that actually has the exact same kind of problem. So with this board, I was like, hey, why is that not working, right? This plate is not a fixed plate, but I figured I took the holy pandas that were, or the holy Jesus that were in it, I removed them, and I put the Zelios that are in there now. So it didn't really change the alignment. So I figured, hey, maybe these caps are misaligned. And actually on this board, that's in fact what the problem was. I threw some GM Keycaps on here and looked at it, and they're pretty well aligned with the centering pins, or with the PCB legs. Well, the customer's build today is an E6-V2, and his board, he sent me pictures. They weren't too terribly misaligned, but it was obvious that they were in fact misaligned. The caps that he had on it looked like they were GM Keycaps anyway. So I've looked at his board a little bit, and his switches are actually pretty loose in the plate. So I don't know if maybe they're not seated all the way. They look fairly seated all the way, but they rock a little bit. He used vintage blacks, so no PCB legs, right? So we're gonna take his apart, we're gonna take a look at it and figure out what's going on. He likewise got switches with PCB legs to help align them. So he's using Retooled blacks, and we're gonna lube them up. So without delaying too much, right, I just wanna kind of jump into that, because taking those switches apart and lubing them is fairly boring to watch on camera, I think, comparatively to a straight build. So we'll probably do the desolder, inspect the board, and then I'll do that lubing, or maybe I'll take them apart and then lube them in the middle of that. So it breaks that up a little bit, the monotony of that. But oh yeah, cool. I will totally lower the music. How's that doing? Hi, what up, Bliss9? How you doing? Cool. Thanks, Mr. Petrov. I appreciate that. Hey, everybody. A bunch of you said hey. Yeah, so TRG, you asked, is this a TX? This is a TX84, yeah. Camera quality looks nice. Thanks. I hope so. This camera right here is actually running in a lower resolution than it normally does, but when I'm turning it to 1080p, for whatever reason, it keeps wigging out. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. Okay. So I'll switch over to the other view. I'll bring this board and I'll kind of show you what I'm talking about, and then we'll switch over to his. I could show you a picture. His actually aren't as poorly aligned as this board appears to be right now, even though when I throw GM Keycaps on here, it looks good. But just to be illustrative and show you what he's kind of experiencing, I'll show you this. Hey, hopefully this camera does in fact look better today. It should. This is a better camera quality. But in order to hear me, swing this around. All right, cool. So now you guys should kind of be able to hear me here too. And unplugging this bad boy. And showing you this, because I'm not going to throw caps on his. You should be able to roughly see some misalignment. Like if you look at that I, it's way closer to the 8 than it is the 9. The O is somewhat crooked. Right, and on this keyboard I verified, it is in fact the keycaps. These are the WinMix Retro Beige DSAs, so hopefully that sheds a little bit of light on the quality of these caps. I only picked these because I happened to have them laying around, and this teal looks kind of nice with the white case. Maybe not all blown out like that, but is way closer to that I than it is to this U, right? So that's kind of the problems that the customer is experiencing. And his probably are not related to keycaps. he was invited to the stream. He knows that the stream is happening tonight. I gave him the link, so he may or may not be in the room. But if you are, feel free to comment. I'm fairly certain that what he was using was GM Keycaps from the image. His alignment did not look as bad as this, although it was noticeable. So what we're gonna do to remedy his is we're going to take this E6-V2 and we're gonna take his vintage blacks that are on there and we're gonna replace them with retooled blacks. So he'll get the PCB legs attached, and then when we piece this thing back together, we're gonna try and place it a little more solidly. Hey, how's it going? Phil Mickelson. How's it going, man? Nice to hear from you. So yeah, feel free to comment, but I'm not gonna pull the picture up because on this workstation I'm actually not even logged into Reddit. So I'd have to like go through that and pull it up. And honestly, yours wasn't as bad as what I just showed him. So now mine are verifiably the caps. I absolutely checked it out after the build stream last week where I rebuilt that board with Zelios with the legs. It still looked bad with those caps on it. I threw GMK monochrome on it. So a good GMK set that's relatively modern that's seen like no use. And everything looks pretty well aligned. So generally speaking, the PCB legs should fix it. But if we look really close at this board, at your board, right? And we kind of, I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to see this on camera, but if I just grab it right here and rock it back and forth, I don't know if you guys can see like how much wiggle there is in the switch itself. That's not just the cap, I'm actually grabbing the top housing. So, try not to focus on my fingers, which are flexing more than the switch top, but look at the switch top on that side. Right, so it absolutely, most of these wiggle in the plate. So I don't know if when it was put together, so I see that some of the little switch latches, the little hooks that latch into the top of the plate, I see that some of them are not latched, but some of them that are latched even, those switches wiggle. Just a little bit. So yeah, I don't know. So we're gonna take a look at it. We're gonna figure out what we can do, and ultimately we're gonna be relying a lot on the little legs that exist on these retooled blacks. Right, the PCB legs. So for anybody that's watching, I can't imagine there's very many of you that don't know. The PCB legs, we're gonna try and use those right in this board to make sure that these switches are actually aligned. I agree, vintage blacks kind of are overhyped, but I believe they're overhyped. First of all, you guys, if any of you have watched me before, you kind of know that I'm not a huge linear fan, although MX retooled blacks and vintage blacks are some of my favorites. I think that the reason they're the most overhyped is actually because they're not that consistent, right? Unless you have new old stock vintage blacks, you could get really crappy ones or you could get really amazing ones. In fact, I have some really amazing ones and some really terrible ones. And the terrible ones I've tried all sorts of things. I've tried lubing them. I've actually tried using something like a polishing compound with a buffing wheel at a really low speed to try to see if I could even smooth out some of the edges to see if there was any way to really salvage them. And the TLDR there is actually that there just isn't. They're junk at that point. But yes, I agree. They are overhyped. And this isn't for films. We're not doing films on this. We're simply going to try to make sure that his caps align correctly. Mostly relying on those PCB legs, and for the mods at least, we're going to try and we'll tweak them by hand. If it's literally every switch, I mean, I'll try and align them all soldering wise to do that, but that's a lot more effort than I hope that I need to do. So without further ado, we will leave this right here for the moment. I'm gonna pull all those switches apart real quick and then separate all the pieces, and then we'll take this board apart. Then I'll lube the stems and the springs. Then we'll desolder this. We'll kind of try and break up the monotony of the switch lubing until the very last moment. All right. Okay, so you built your E6-V2 first plate that isn't super tight fit for switches. Yeah, switches are not aligned well. Yep, exactly. Yep. Yeah, and feeling your vintage blacks. I mean, I'm not listening to them, so I can't hear any scratchiness, obviously, but they don't feel that bad. They really don't. They actually feel pretty clean. Now, granted, there's no caps on them. I'm just pushing on them, the stems. Anyway, pulling these apart. So I don't know how you guys kind of do your disassembly process, but I kind of just use a few solo cups to separate my parts usually, because that seems easy to me. So we're gonna do tops. Yeah, we'll see how we order these in a minute. Anyway, these are gonna be springs, these are gonna be stems. So yeah, I'm kind of curious what your guys' experiences with alignment of switches are, right? A lot of times, are we doing speed stacking? Beer pong, yes. Yep, okay, good, cool. Workflow, get a good switch disassembly workflow going here. Oop, helps if I align that correct. Yeah, if they're a year worn in, they're gonna be pretty darn good. How consistent have I found the springs on vent blacks? So I guess I don't have enough experience with them to say how consistent they could generally be expected to be, because I've only desoldered maybe like 4 Wise boards, and 2 of them were kind of junk and 2 of them were pretty darn good. One of those 2 was actually really good. The springs seem to be fairly consistent across all 3 for me, though your mileage may vary, I guess, if the switches have seen an exorbitant amount of use. You found quite a few. Oh, different types. You're talking about types. Yeah. You know what? That's really kind of interesting. I've seen different colors of the ones that I've desoldered. I'm gonna have to the next time I desolder some, I might have to sacrifice a vent black spring, literally pull it apart and actually measure the spring diameter with a mic. That could be kind of interesting, I feel. I don't know about diameter. They seem to feel pretty consistent though in terms of weight. Yeah. I don't know. I guess maybe you're right about the springs being kind of bad on a lot of stock switches. I'm trying to think. I don't know, the Zeals, which arguably you could say is not really a stock switch, right? Because it's custom. It is stock because Zeal sells them direct to the market, but it's like a special production gator on effectively, right? So, you know, I don't know if you could really use it as an argument, but I am in this case. The springs seem okay. They look nice if nothing else, right? They're gold. Yeah, the funny thing there is there's actually kind of a lot of science in spring, right? Spring tech is something that's existed for a really long time, and we know kind of a fair bit about it. We know how to make all sorts of different progressive profiles, and it's not like it's not uncharted territory at this point at all. GAT springs seem pretty good overall. I don't know if I trust my fingers when I'm actively looking for consistency. I don't either. There's no way that the tip of your finger is calibrated for exact pressure levels. It's really good at determining differences in pressure throughout an individual experience or depression or pushing on something with force, right? Like you can tell surface inconsistencies to very, very tight tolerances, but yeah, as far as exact amount of force, I don't know either. GAT yellows. You think GAT yellows are the best? You know, the funny thing is I've only ever really played with GAT yellows for like seconds in someone else's board or on a switch tester or something. I've never built a board with GAT yellows or owned one that was built by somebody else with GAT yellows. I mean, I do have a board with Telios though, and I also have some Telio V2s that I can't bring myself to put in anything, but just because there's so many good tactile options that I love, and clicky options even that I like more. But I hear good things about GAT yellows, and honestly for the price I kind of can't feel jumping on Telios ever again or something like that if they're really as good as everybody claims. They seem to feel good in tester situations to me. Yeah, you're kind of right. The science isn't super available, and it is really hidden from the user. We get like really generic looking force curve graphs from MX spec sheets or anybody's spec sheet, really. They're not like exact. There's no like over 10 runs or over 100 runs, this is what the average looked like. And you can tell because it's like a completely smooth curve. There would be inconsistencies if they were only using 10 switches or 100 switches or even 1,000. There would be some outliers. And if there were good graphs, you'd kind of see what that consistency looked like. Gateron is linear with a flat spring. Lube Telios are so good. Yeah. 3204, really? Okay, so you use 3204 on linears also. So here's the thing. I've done Vint blacks with 3204 and with a 3204 and GPL 103 mix. And they were really scratchy to begin with, and it did make them a lot better, verifiably better. But I mean, objectively just better. But I hear a lot of people that use like 205 grade 0 on them, and I don't think I've ever used 205 grade 0 on any switches. I've used them on stabs. I mean, I guess it would be much harder. Well, no, I take that back. I've used it on a couple sacrificial test subject Vint blacks. 205 grade 0. It seemed to work really well. I did intentionally do one really heavy and actually over lubed it. And I was like, okay, so this is why 205 grade 0 is difficult to use for some people. I'm a huge fan of 3204. It's fairly easy to get a very consistent, good lubrication. And that's actually what we're going to lube these with, is 3204. I was considering, so after discussing, right, Phil Michelson with you, are you talking about 3204 or are you talking about 205 grid 0? That's a good question, right? Because I was considering after our discussion, right, you want the minimum chance of any kind of sluggishness. You really just want them to be a little bit smoother. And so my thoughts on that were actually to do, not even do a mix, just do a super light coating of 3204 on them. And then inspect, you know, see if it was enough on one switch. Yeah, usually that hand thing, when I try and do that no butteriness, I go for a mix of an oil and a grease. I know some people think that's sacrilege. I've tried it for fairly long time and not seen any significant separation, especially if you're using the switch, right? If you're using that board, they're never really gonna. Yeah, 105. 105 is good stuff. I think I might even have some. The thing about 3204 is, and this is where it really wins, is when we're talking about those stock springs, or any grease for that matter, we're talking about those stock springs, right? And how a lot of stock springs are junky, right? They make a crunchy sound that just isn't appealing. And when you put a little bit of grease on the springs, it doesn't really make your switch buttery, but what it really does is it damps that sound of the spring return. It makes you less scared about using Store Uni. I don't know, so I've got some stuff from Store Uni, and my biggest issue with the way it came to me is actually how it arrived, the quality of it. There was tape around the top of the container and it was greasy all inside. It took me forever to clean the outside of the packaging to get it so that I wasn't just getting lubrication all over everything that I was touching. And it's kind of bad form. When I order things from Crail, they just come the way that I would expect them. Maybe it's a little slick or something, but it's not like covered in oil. Plus, whatever they did in the shipping, however they got here to me, granted I'm in a pretty deserty place, there was a fair bit of separation, more than I would expect with a Krytox product in my experience. But I don't want to naysay them too much. I mean, maybe there was just some glitch in what came to me, or maybe something just leaked. It did fly in a plane, right? I mean, to get here, maybe whatever container it was in pressurized a little bit, some oil that caused some separation, and then some of the oil just pushed out. But the binders that are in true Krytox are usually good enough that you're not going to see true separation in the same product. I believe that if you threw, like, I guess Phil Michelson, I think this, right? Think about this. Do you want me to just use 3204, or do you want me to mix it with an oil to make it even lighter? I want to make sure that you're getting the effect you are after. Is it Michelson? I hope it is. Yeah, I don't know that hand thing. I don't know for sure. I just know that they got exposed to a lot of environmental conditions that were different than something that Krill might send me. Something that he presumably received in a sealed package from Miller Stevenson by way, or from DuPont or Chemours, right? Via Miller Stevenson, I'm guessing. Boop beep bep. Been meaning to catch the stream for a while, finally caught one. Thanks, man. I appreciate that you're here. I appreciate that you're watching. Thanks for joining. Yeah, I'm thinking you're right, Phil Stevenson. Mickelson, rather. Thinking of Miller Stevenson and that. Yeah, I think that's really the way to go. That's honestly, if this were mine, given the parameters that you gave me, that's exactly how I'd do it. Just super light on 3204. And I'll test one. I'll go lighter than I think I need even. Test it. If it feels right, then we'll stop there. If it doesn't, then we'll add just a little bit more to the whole batch and mix them up more and carry on. Yeah, so I like this streaming thing is really cool. I'm glad that you guys all have joined, honestly. I've been building boards for a little bit here. I'm not a long timer, not as long of a timer as a lot of the other people that are doing it, but I've been trying to learn and do all the things I can, and honestly, I figured, hey, I might as well stream some of these. Like, people might enjoy it. More of this kind of content I feel is good, and it seems like a lot of other people have been streaming. Raging Asian, Krail himself, a bunch of people, right? Huey's streaming on, like, he's streaming again on his own MOI channel. I think he's streaming right now, actually. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right. But the thing is Wednesday's what's working for me right now. I think I'm potentially going to be moving it to Tuesdays or Thursdays, although I'm not really sure yet. For right now, it's this time slot, subject to change soon. But I'll post something. I'll update the channel to do that. In fact, I need to add a banner at the bottom that says when I'm streaming. Normally I just leave the title of the stream as that when I'm out, but I'll update it with whatever my new time is if I do in fact get a new time. I don't mind. In fact, I'd be interested at some point if I feel like enough people are watching me and it would be constructive or additive, having a conversation with Huey, join a Discord or something, invite people in. I don't know. Or I'm considering doing that even just for me, right? I did create a Discord, although I haven't really done a lot with it. But letting some people come in and chat, have a conversation about keyboards while I'm building. Like I said, I think that the fact that there's more content making it out there is really a good thing. Whether it's, even if people just want to watch it in post, like just watch the VOD, whatever. I'm enjoying it. I'm watching other people's content specifically that way sometimes, and I'm happy that it's not just like one or two people doing it. I mean, I guess there's been a couple people here and there. The really most consistent person that I can think of is obviously Nathan Kim. You're too lazy to log into YouTube. Oh, why are some of my videos age restricted? All right, so I don't know. I try not to curse a ton on the video, but I do sometimes, and I figured that's I don't know. I don't want somebody's kids being exposed to some Yahoo on the internet. Those Alps fairly dirty too. Which ones? Which ones are you talking about? Are you talking about the blues? The keyboard that they came off of was actually fairly dirty, but the switches themselves were really smooth for how dirty that board looked. Like, I have that sensation that it just got left out somewhere. And, oh, those Alps dirty. Got it. I didn't see that right away. Okay, yeah. Those Alps are so dirty, we had to age restrict it. Bad Alps. That's okay. Love me some Alps. And Alps can be fixed when they're dirty. In my experience, they can be made relatively right again if it wasn't like terrible. If somebody didn't throw sand in there or something. But they do get dirty very easily. There are a lot of dirty Alps, which is actually, sometimes I take a board apart that I'm like, these are gonna have to be bad, and they're actually really good, even though the plate is all caked. Okay, so now we've got our springs, our stems. These parts I'm not gonna touch until, well, for a little while. Actually, you know what? While we're here doing this, I'm gonna throw these bottoms in in one of these doodads. So I actually have a good switch lubing station. If you look at these, patented cup lube. If you look at these, they're terrible. They're not, they don't have cutouts, so I can't top mount them. So usually what I do is I put all the bottoms in, put all the springs in, and then I literally lift my finger up under here and press up while I push down on the top. It's not optimal. I hate lubing this way. I've done it a ton. I do have some stuff on order through Taobao. One day, I don't know, they've been in transit forever. I'll get them and life will be better. But for the time being, this is how we're gonna do it. Patented cup lube, huh? Yeah, I'm not gonna lube in the cup. That's, I'm gonna tub lube. True tub lube. In fact, here's my tubs. Tub lube, and this for the springs. We're gonna measure out a light coating to be applied. Yeah, these are awful, by the way. This acrylic piece, it's not my favorite way. For a while, I actually used a plate that I had that I suspended by the sides to do lubing. So I mostly try not to do switch lubing for customer builds unless they're building like a whole board. I've had a lot of people contact me like, hey, can I just lube these switches? And I'm not saying I won't take that kind of work ever, but it's not really worth it. It's not worth it monetarily, and I'm definitely not going to stream that kind of work. And I think if people want to do, if they have some kind of cool switch or something like that, I've been inclined to accept some of that work just to, you know, get exposure to something. But generally speaking, it's not my favorite thing, right? Unless they're willing to pay a fairly hefty sum for it, it's mostly not worth my time. Now, for a build, it's a different story. If somebody has a nice board that they want me to build for them, I'll then do that service as well. And yeah, it's fairly tedious. Now, this is a 60%, so it's not too bad. It's not that many switches, right? But yeah. Now, switch lubing with a brush is super tedious, and I will never do that unless it's something truly awesome and the customer is willing to pay a fairly hefty sum to do it, because like hand lubing of switches is some of the most time-consuming and tedious things you can do in keyboards, hands down. The very first thing that I really did to modify any board was that, and it was crazy. Wait, am I just lubing the sliders then, not housings? I'm not going to hand lube these housings. I think the absolute best part of tub lubing is that uniform coating over the entire slider. So I take it back. It's not that I'm not going to lube them at all. the housing. I am in fact going to hit the bottom and the stem. So the inside of the stem, the plunger stem, and the very bottom with an oil. With a tiny little makeup applicator. But not the guides. I'm gonna rely on that off of the actual slider mechanism. And I think there's some pretty objective tests out there. In fact, I've read articles where people have tested this exact thing. And if you're tub lubing, you're gonna get the most consistent result across all switches, but also people who have tested it with both tub lubing, the slider mechanism, and painting the inside of those guides are experiencing no significant difference. Now, again, how much can you trust your finger? I don't know. You know, take any of that research and feel free to replicate it and see if you agree or disagree. But I agree because I have tried that, and it just, I believe that it is equal and way less effort. Equal experience and way less effort to not do that step. Again, feel free to disagree. Yeah, I would like you to. I'd like other people to try it and verify that. I've seen that mentioned in articles, and I believe that it's true because it seems to be true in my testing. That being said, my testing is more with tactile switches than anything else, and I have a feeling that the place you would notice a difference would absolutely be in the linear realm. I have not tried that thing with a linear switch. Either way, these are going to feel great. I am confident we are going to make them feel even smoother than standard. Man, gotta be careful. Not really. Not at this point. Pretty excited to see how it works. Been doing the old paintbrush method for all the switches you've lubed. Yeah, so the only real drawback that I ever see, that I experience with, and to me it's not really a drawback because it affects it not at all. The only downside that I ever experience, I guess, well, there's two. One, it consumes more lube. Yeah, that cutout does not seem to fit correctly. I knew one of these had like one or two spots that it didn't fit. I thought it was the other one. Anyway, yeah, so drawbacks. It uses more lube because you're getting lube on parts of the switch that, or part of the slider that doesn't really touch anything. So it's a little wasteful in that sense, but the time part more than makes up for that, in my opinion. Couple dollars worth of lube at worst versus, I mean, I guess that depends on where you're buying it, but versus how much time to brush all these. It's a lot more time. It's a lot more tedious. And then also, because you're lubing the entire surface uniformly, not with something really thick you can't. Oh yeah, oh, an MX Brown. Yeah, you're right. Something that has basically no tactility at all, or almost none, is gonna actually feel like it's none. You're right, you're right. But if you're doing something like a Zelio, they're, like especially a V2 Zelio, they're super tactile still at the end. How many of these did you get? Because this whole row minus that one is still gonna be 80 switches. Did you get 80 switch? Okay. Okay. I guess you want them all lubed? Do you want them all lubed? I mean, I'm doing them right now, so... If you don't, though, like you're going to do something with them, let me know. Lubed MX Browns. That's a lot of work. Yeah, it is. In fact, Browns. Yuck. I think I saw something the other day, like a video where somebody was talking about vintage lubed or vintage browns on like an Alice or something, and I just got that taste of bile in my throat. Like, not I'm criticizing them or their tastes, but it just seems like so contrary to anything I would want out of an Alice that really I have 3 trying to... How'd you get 81 of these? How is there 81 of these? Where did this other one come from? Did they give you an extra switch? Okay, so here's the thing. If you want me to lube all of them, I will. If you don't, then I won't. I'm gonna set these aside anyway, and I'm gonna start. Maybe they just threw an extra one in there. Maybe they weigh them. Maybe they literally do it by weight. Oh, it's not. It's not really a lot more work now that I have them separated. So if you want them lubed, I will. If you don't, though, I won't. But in order to break up the monotony of that switch lube, we're going to set those aside and we're going to desolder these. Now, I could show you guys on camera, but I already tested this board. I normally would show you guys, but I did test this already. It does, in fact, work. You have 1 function layer switch, so I guess I didn't. Oh, no, I did test that because I tested your switches over here that are arrows, I think. In any event, I did already test this. It does, in fact, work, so... We're gonna pull this guy apart, and so the E6 uses some tiny itty bitty, and you said you included the tool, which I'm sure you did. If you didn't, I have tons of Allens. I might have to go find them in my garage for itty bitty ones. If the notch set doesn't have, which I probably it doesn't. Are you sure you threw it in here? Did you leave it in the box somewhere? I'll go look in the box that you shipped it in. And if it's not in there, I'll go find one. I know I got something for it. I don't want to dox you, which is why I didn't pull this over there. Okay, no. There is no Allen key, buddy. None. And don't be sorry. It's on me to have the tools for the job. Although I'm not sure they're in this actual box. That is... No, there's not one in here. Okay. I have another little toolkit in here that they may be in, that there may be one in. If not, I have a tiny Torx that would... Actually, no, that's not Torx. It is hex. Oof, is it a 0.7? 0.8? Or 0.9 rather. Go with 0.9. Let's try it. Well, it's definitely not that small. 1.3? Looks like it's going to be a 1, no? Actually, yeah, it's that one. So it's 1.5. It was in the package in the shipping box, had 2 different sizes. In the shipping box, not in this one. Because it wasn't in that box. Or I didn't see it. Maybe it was in there. I will go look again, but I got the tool in hand right now, so. So are those internal ones really tiny too? Oh, they are. Yeah, I may in fact need that actually. Because this probably, oh no. It sits correct. It seats correctly without messing it up. Let's get our actual appropriate tool for that. I'm being really gentle because these are not really long stemmed Allens, i.e. the length of that shank isn't long enough to not be in that hole, and so to avoid it hitting the side and scratching the ano in that hole, I'm lining it up all close and careful and going real slow. I will check again, but I have a tool that will do this job just fine. This is a beautiful board, by the way. I'm a fan. I really do think it's beautiful. I'm not a big 60% guy, as anyone who's seen any of my previous streams knows, but I love this color, and it just seems really well built in general. In general, it's a good product. And so, just as an FYI, right? This is kind of, I think, what I'm going to do. I haven't had a bad experience because I take good care, but I think what I'm going to do is this is going to become one of my new habits, is this. Laying out a cloth, a microfiber cloth, and covering my parts, your parts, because I don't ever want scratches. Got that sword in there. All right. So I see your Band-Aid mod there. You said that there was dielectric grease on here, right? And so the question really becomes, are you happy with the way these were lubed, right? They are barely lubed. No, see, they fall down on their own still a little bit, which in my mind is not like as lubed as I would do, but you want that minimal sluggishness or butteriness to the feel. So I can just leave it that way if that's what you want, because it is actually, it isn't a loud board. I don't hear clacking or rattling too much. Whatever. That's for you to determine between now and when I pull this off. So we're going to de-swap desolder these switches, then we're gonna test to make sure all these switches still work. Yeah, this is nice. Actually, while that's heating up, I'm hoping again. This shipping box. Nope. I swear it. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think we already covered that. Yeah, that's fine. I'll do that. I don't mind. All right. I love blacks. Vintage or not, I do like blacks. They are my favorite of the linears so far. All right, let's get some lead on this situation. Also get a little bit of air on the situation. Hopefully that is not too loud, guys. You will have to let me know. The mic is awful close, but it is the diaphragm is not pointed in the direction of that. Check my settings to make sure I'm good. Yeah. About perfect. All right, so that hand thing, you said you love your Vent Brown board. What do you have Vent Browns on, out of curiosity? Why is that hole so much smaller? It's a weird switch hole. Okay. It's not a true vent. Okay. Put in films and lube with 1514. I mean, that sounds like a good way, man, if you want to do browns. I went a little too fast on that one. And now what needs to happen is the soldering iron needs to come out. We need to add more to that hole. So if you guys ever are desoldering, I don't know how much experience you all have, but if you're ever desoldering, there's a reason that you do this, right? So apply the thing on there for a second and a half or so, and then suck all that solder out, right? And so what you're doing is you're giving a chance for all the solder to flow, even on the backside, and then you're sucking the whole of it out. You don't want to leave it on there too long, lest you burn off a pad. But if you don't, what you'll do is you'll get some solder that doesn't flow on the back side of it. You'll pull all the thing that's transferring heat out to it, and then you'll have to add more solder in order to get that thing off appropriately. Like I did on that one. That's okay though. We have the tools. Wow, that's so loose. That feels like it's gonna fall out. It isn't, but man, it feels like it. Yeah, the plate on this is really loose. Like extraordinarily loose. Yeah, oh. One of them came a little undone there and snapped back in as I applied pressure to it. Going too fast on a couple of these. Yeah, man, they're surprisingly loose. Like, I cannot think of a situation I've ever seen where they're quite as loose as that. I mean, it happens, I guess. Yeah, it makes me happy that that's the case that we're seeing, actually, because as bad as that is for the situation that we're in, it kind of explains how we got into the situation we're in. I'm going to turn the music back on. I don't really know why it stopped. But we will fix that. Luckily, I do not need this mouse. Or anything other than the mouse for it. Maybe? I guess we'll see. Ooh, how'd that get so loud again? Okay, so if I have to adjust this again, you let me know the volume. Put films in lubed. Yeah, oh, yeah, we read that. Yeah, it was just wild how loose they were. Yeah, man, and you know, vent blacks like this, that loose, it's. I'm surprised you got them as straight as you did. Honestly, they They honestly did not appear that bad. To me. From your pictures. Like, they were bad. It was noticeable. I couldn't unsee it once I saw it. But... if you're the one who soldered them in, they actually seem pretty decent, all things considered. Did you use lead-free solder or something? The melting point of this solder seems to be relatively high. Or low lead solder, maybe? I do not understand how they are that loose. You You know, I actually had something that I had to do last night. Otherwise, I was considering pre-lubing these switches, but that's what I do with a lot of customer boards. But I opted not to, one, because I was busy, but two, also because I was hoping that you were going to catch the stream and could give input. Because we talked about the feel that you were looking for fairly extensively. You'll take it. I think there's a little bit of a clog in here. I swear it almost looks like you used lead-free solder on this. The solder finish is pretty dull on all of these. A couple of them don't look too dull. Most of them look pretty dull. And the amount of time it takes to be flowing at this temperature seems pretty high. I run my desolder temp fairly high simply because I'm trying not to burn up pads. I want to transmit as much heat into that part as I can as quick as possible. So I usually, without overheating and delaminating the pad, that one almost feels like it's going to fall out under my finger. So if you were going to align this, by the way, with these mint blacks on this board, the right way to do that, it would be very painful. Painfully tedious, that is. The right way to do that would actually be to line up the edges like you normally do. Be prepared to redo those edges at the end, or the corners rather. And it would be to, when you go to solder them in, literally apply constant similar pressure to every switch as you mount them, both toward the plate and up into one corner, or directly up or down into one corner, uniformly for every switch. And that man, that would be a pain. Come in and out easy. Okay. That should be all of them. So now, yeah, so look at how loose these are in the socket, guys. Anybody that's watching, here's the one. I mean, it's not like the one, like it's the only one that does this. This one almost comes out on its own. These are like pretty crazy. Granted, that's not a fixed position. That's a lot of play. A lot of wiggle. Anyway. No, I didn't get it that perfect. Alright, anyway. Switch puller time. Let's get this right. Be careful, because this is a painted black plate. So the reason I'm being all careful like this, guys, so I don't scratch this plate, I'm sure a bunch of you know that. Yeah. Wiggle, wiggle, man. You're totally right. You are absolutely right. Let's try and make this as wiggle-free as we can. Well, I'm going to note that for my own purposes in the future. This is the one that was really a tight hole. Come back to that one. In fact, you know what? That might be the only holder on. Fine. I will solder that hole back up. The one hole looks very narrow. No way, man. Alright, I don't want to overheat this pad, so we're going to just leave that one there for a second. We'll come back to it. Wow, I didn't even push in on the sides on that one, it just came out. Yeah, it's kind of almost coming out without me pushing on it at all. And that leg is bent a little bit. That's the only reason that one's sticking in. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I think you use lead-free solder. Over soldering. Or my gun is jammed. All right. Touched the pin with it and switch fell out. So there you go. That's an indicator of how loose. There's some kind of a screw. Oh, these bottom ones. Pins are a little bent into place. Whatever. We'll pull them all by hand. So I'm actually using a paid music app. That's what this is. This is Soundstripe. Is the place that I'm getting this music, and so it's free to use. Well, it's not free to use. It's you can use this music without paying anything other than having an account. That one was tight. That hand thing. Sure. Yeah, it would be a great board for Holy Pandas with how tight it is. That's like when I put those Holy Jesus on that Alice. Wow, man. Talk about tight. Those were like, that's a tight plate already, and then super tight switches, right, to put on there. Wow, this one feels like it's gonna fall out as soon as I release the hooks. So, are you interested in what this actual song was, by the way? Yeah, so this is Magenta by Falls. It seems pretty good. I'm trying to remember what the playlist was. I think it was like chill out electronic. Anybody who knows me kind of knows that I like electronic music. Well, it looks like the next song in this playlist is the end of this list, though. So if anybody has other requests or likes electronic music, I can choose something different. We don't have to listen to electronic if you guys have a genre. I'm open. I like music of all sorts. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, there's no release of there's no release information or whatever. I'm sure that in their mind it's good anyway. Like, it's good press, right? Then you get to know and get to go license that music. It's not bad. The amount that it costs isn't bad per month or anything, like, for royalty-free music. Supported by people like Phil Mickelson. Paying to have boards built and rebuilt, because I will tell you that I do not believe there is great money in building boards or anything. I do think that, I mean, I'm trying to charge, I think, what's fair for my time, and given that I get to play with really cool boards, put together really cool stuff. Some of them I would buy myself, some of them I do buy myself, some of them are my boards, but plenty of them are either or are going to be other people's. In fact, I still have projects in mind that I want to accomplish, but I've taken on more customer orders, and I'm going to build those. I have a couple of things that I'm really excited to build. One that I built already, but I'm excited to build more of because they're that awesome. And then another board that I'm super excited to be building, and I'm kind of bummed that I passed up on one of them somewhat recently. Looks super awesome. I want one.
don't know why this one's kind of stuck. It just,
You know what?
there's a tiny little spot of.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And it's like falling out of the plate. All right, so great. Yeah, there's like
No lube on those stabs, almost. Like nada. Totally relubing them. I don't think I'm gonna re-band-aid. Your band-aids look good under there. Well, yeah, they look good. Yep. In fact, I'm gonna pull these wires out without even pulling the stabs up here, and without lifting these. Without. Oh, yours are clipping. Feels bad, man. Sorry, you do not have screw-in ones. Tempted to. Nah, I'll leave them. Whatever. They seem like they're fixed. Okay. Yeah, so you'll see how I do mine, and there's going to be a fair bit on there, so you'll notice, and don't worry, they will feel good. I will say there is, when you lube even properly, there's a tendency for them to be just slightly sluggish right at first. I'm not going to make them that way because you want them done with no sluggishness. That seemed to be pretty important to you, and I want you to have a good experience, but I will say that if you just very slightly heavily lube them and it's not too much, you may get a tiny little bit of sluggishness right at first that will settle in the end. I try to avoid that at all costs, but properly lubing, even if you go just a tiny little bit too heavy, you'll see some of that grease squeeze out, and in the end, after, like a day of typing on it, it won't be sluggish anymore. That is my experience. Even with 3204, even with 205 grade 0, although that's a little less common to do that with because it's a lot more viscous and thick. Anyway, okay, so now we'll just move on to the actual lubing of the switches, right? I'm gonna throw these all back in here. I'm gonna put your vent blacks in this novelties bag, and then the extras of your Retooled, I will put in another little baggie and throw them in here. Hey, what's going on? We are rebuilding an E6-V2 that is an awesome shade of green, and we're gonna relube those stabs a little bit, and I already got customers' switches pulled apart in a little Lubing area. Already got his switch parts pulled apart, and we are going to apply a wee bit of lube, not heavily, of 3204, because he wants fairly light coating, and I cannot blame him. Retooled blacks are already pretty good right out of the bag, so we are going to do it light for him, as per request, with the tub method. So it should not be terribly long. So if you guys look, there's like little, well, you're not gonna be able to see, but there's graduations on the side of this little container. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take E1, weird number, of these and throw them in here. Side's already pre-coated with 3204 in this container. Right, we're gonna take a little bit out of here, and we're gonna do this one by feel. Normally I do very precise, measured amounts, but we're right at the 1.5 level. He wants very light brushes, very light amount of lube on these stems. So normally I would do, if I were doing fairly heavy for me, full lubrication for me on 100 or 110 in that range, I would actually take, if I were going to do it like this and I wanted it to be light and I wanted to test it, I'd put a half mil, well, I'd put 1 whole milliliter of 3204 and 1 whole milliliter of a lighter oil, and I'd mix that together really well, and I'd try that if I wanted really light. If I wanted a little heavier, I'd mix it heavier, but I would only actually take 1 milliliter of that out for 100. So we're going to take a little less than a half for this set of Retooled black stems. Right there, basically right there. That's really light. That's not much lube. You can see kind of the blotches that I got on there. That really isn't that much for this. But, and before you ask if I have a control, I'm gonna mute that mic in a sec. Start the music back up. I do, in fact, have a tester that has a Retooled black in it. Right, it should be here. It is. Okay. So where this Retooled black is, we're going to leave that there. And we're going to take this gray, heavy linear gray out as a control. I'm going to start that music back up on a different playlist. Another relaxed, chill electronic playlist. Nah, we're gonna skip that song. Yeah, switch alignment is overrated, man. JK. Yeah, so these are vintage blacks are what came out. This E6-V2 plate is incredibly loose. I mean, really loose. Switches were all wobbly, even when they were soldered in. And then when we desoldered them, some of them are like falling out loose. So they weren't aligned very well. He actually did a fairly great job at it, in my opinion, based on the pictures that I saw of the original, although you could see obvious misalignment issues. Instead of trying to realign every switch, which is just super time consuming and tedious, we're literally desoldering it. We're soldering in something with PCB legs. We're gonna rely on that to do a lot of that alignment work for us. I'm gonna throw some GMK caps on that I know are straight, are really good. Monochrome set that I have that's relatively new. It's seen almost no use, like maybe a week maximum of consistent work. Really, it's like a couple days, but I'll say it's less than a week for sure. So this is tub lubing, right? Tub lubing, in case none of you have ever seen it, right? Put that on the side, we swirl them around and shake them up and swirl them around. Hopefully it's not super loud. I'm looking at those levels and they are fairly loud. Sorry. We're almost done. No, it's not bad for the switches at all. You mean for the palm sliders? So you can look up palm. It's also known as Durlin, I believe. Durlin is fairly durable plastic. Is it known as Durlin? I think that's what it's known as, right? Head out. Yeah, no problem, man. Head out. Do your thing. I'm gonna lube them. I'm gonna lube them fine. They're not gonna be sluggish, really. And I'll lube them a little bit lighter, I think is the right answer. So here's one of the original Vint blacks. We'll try one of those too in a minute. That's up there. Okay, so great. I'm gonna lube one of these up the way I would Right, I'm gonna take one of these makeup applicator dealios that don't, unfortunately, stick in this awesome pick holder thing. They do if you push them super deep. Anyway, I'm gonna use one of those. Yeah, Durlin. Okay, that's what I thought. Anyway, Durlin gets used in all sorts of products or in all sorts of applications where high durability plastics are required. Super stout. Then we're gonna take, I'm gonna turn this fan off so it's not super loud for you guys. Then we're gonna take some of this GPL 103. And I like to do this. I feel like it's of benefit. That's GPL 103. Right. And I'm gonna take, this one's a little deformed. Oh, it's just bent. Okay. I'm gonna soak this in here. Right. Squeezed out the excess a little bit. I'll stick that plunger in there. Swipe it along the bottom. Yeah, I need a different one of these. This one's right. So I just swiped it around the bottom. Now in this case, I have not lubed the springs yet. We will be lubing springs to remove any crunch from the scenario, but it's not gonna have a, yeah, we'll just do it now. We will just do it now, guys. How about that? It's basically the same process. Okay. So this blue mat is literally known as a silicone soldering mat. They come in blue, they come in black. I highly recommend getting the blue, even though the black looks super slick. The blue is high enough contrast that you actually then get to see what it is that you're actually doing. And that's important. Little staticky cling on the bottom there. Right. So this is also a fairly light lube coating. Yeah, man, these things are awesome. This will protect this mouse pad from that soldering gun literally pushing down on it and melting through. I think they're rated up to about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a lot. Eventually it'll heat stuff on the other side, obviously a little bit, but it's a pretty great insulator. But thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. I like the building setup that I got. There's always minor improvements, right? Your kit, your systems for whatever things it is that you do can always be improved, I think. Okay. So that's probably pretty good. These are fairly lightly lubed, lighter than I would normally do, but I think they're going to be fine. They'll provide the customer with what he's looking for. Yeah, that camera died over there again. Okay, So we're gonna do that. We're gonna test one of these out first against the control. Alright guys, I gotta take these off for a second so I can... Oof, that feels good, guys. Alright, now I'm gonna feel them next to this. Oof, yeah. So you guys should listen to this. I'm gonna pause this music so you can hear. All right, so check this out. So this is, we'll call it 9 inches or so away, from the microphone. This is an unlubed vintage, or an unlubed retooled black, and a lubed one. Unlubed, lubed. Unlubed, lubed. All right, so now the other thing we're gonna hear much, much closer, maybe about 3 inches away. I want you to listen for this spring crunch. This is the unlubed. Yeah, that's not even close enough. So maybe like 1 inch. And then the lubed. Unlubed. Lubed. So it's hard actually. I don't think you guys can adequately hear the spring crunch with that, but I think we hit the right balance. These don't feel buttery. They don't feel like they're super slow reacting or anything. But they do actuate super smooth. And I'm actually going to pull the original Retooled out, leave that one in, and I'm going to try the Vent. No, the Vent. So, Vent, lubed, Vent, lubed. I think the lubed is better. Anyway, going back, music. I think we struck the right balance. I am happy. This is the customers. This is my gray. Retooled black. Yeah, later, man. Yeah, watch the rest of the VOD tomorrow. No problem. We will have your board all finished up here in just a wee bit. Alright, now we got this out. Everything's desoldered, so this really is the next step. This one is trash, this applicator, because it's all bent at the top, doesn't fit into the stems right. Oh, why did I throw that up there? Didn't get any debris on it, right? No. Okay. I wipe this thing down, by the way, usually between builds with tissue with alcohol, tech alcohol now. I was using just regular isopropyl recently, and then I got some like pure tech alcohol. Some high quality stuff right there. Anyway. Oh, yeah.
that's not where we're at. So that couple drops that absorb into here is actually kind of a fair bit. I usually do about 3 switches like that. It may not seem like much is making it on here, but what did I put, like 20 drops in that little container? And don't worry, we're gonna probably have to apply a little bit more into that container. Maybe not. That's 20's a lot, and I'm squeezing it out in between these to try and make it light. I'm trying to coat the inside of that plunger tube though, for sure. That's the part where I'm really concerned. The bottom outside of this is just a tiny little bit of added lube for the side of the spring to run against. Just to add that much more slickness. Cool. So, I'm always curious every week. Did anybody get in on any good group buys? Any private sales? Or any boards that they truly are looking forward to? Always curious about that. Because, well, it's good for everybody to know what to look out for, right? Just, yeah, I feel you, man. No money, so no group buys. I understand. Trying to not waste either right now, especially since there's some buys that I'm looking forward to in the near future. That hand thing, need to rein in. Yeah. Trying to buy a Tina A. Ooh, the A. So the A is... That's the one with no blockers, right? Or is that the one with... I think that's the one with no blockers, right? I'm fairly certain it is, right? Please correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. I ever try bag or tub lubing springs with oil? That's my go-to. Actually, yes. You noticed that when I pulled this container out and the spring stuck to the inside of it, part of it's actually because of remnant oil in that container, and that's why I use that blue one specifically for springs pretty regularly. I cover the cups when they're not in use, by the way, just so excess of dust doesn't get in there, and then I replace them. I have a bunch of those cups for parties and stuff that I throw or whatever. And I know they're not the most environmentally friendly, but if you have a bunch of people over, they really are a lifesaver. In any event, in this case, I don't want this oil going into human bodies, and I don't want it on my cups where it's impossible to wash off, so it seemed like the perfect fit. Plus, as they get dusty or whatever in this environment, like literally right now, right? They collect a little bit of dust here and there. So I cover them, stack them inside of each other, and put one that houses something that never sees lube on the outside. Anyway, I don't think I'll quite need more. Soaking up what's left. Anyway, yeah, so that's part of why that one's stuck in, those springs stuck in there, because oil, very light oil. I am a fan of, if I'm going to use an oil, use a very light oil. It's not to say that the other options aren't really good. They are. I have what I have because I like it and it works for me. But if a customer had a very specific request or something, or one day if I'm just feeling froggy, I'll get some other oils. So yeah, for the springs I have, but always really light. And honestly, there's very little perceived benefit to me from the really light oils on springs specifically. I actually feel like I need to move to a heavier oil. Like in cases where I've only lubed the springs just to see how much it helps, the light oils help very, very little with the crunchiness of the spring. This is really, in this case, just a little bit of extra insurance because we did in fact tub lube these with a light amount of a grease. And it is fairly light. So he's trading a lighter feel overall a little bit for a slight amount of smoothness. Like he wants less of the butter and more just like a little bit of smooth feel. And I appreciate that thing. I know he said go ahead and lube them like you would yours, but we had pretty extensive conversations before I took his order. And I want to make sure that I'm hitting the targets, the objectives that we've set so far. Where do I get my lube from? That's a good question. So multiple locations. The 103, I bought a syringe of it, a few ounces of it off eBay. The 3204 I mostly buy from Crailbit. 205 grade 0. Trying to remember where I bought that before. I bought 1514 also. Maybe that came from Crail? Pretty sure it came from Crail. I bought several different varieties from Store Uni, although I mostly refuse to use them in customer boards builds because of the amount of separation that I've experienced with whatever came from them. I'm trying to hold back, and this is the downside to doing it with springs. So yeah, I'm mostly trying not to build customer boards with the Store Uni stuff, unless somebody specifically asked for it. I need to do more experimentation with it before I'm comfortable doing that, and I will. Some of my boards you'll see use it. I'm contemplating buying a kilogram of 205 grade 0 just for myself to support my builds, and maybe offer some up to people if they want large enough quantities or whatever. I don't know. I'm not willing to post like a massive group buy or anything like that quite yet, but because that's a lot of work. But like if a couple people want a bit, I want a fair amount of it on hand all the time, and I think that's the best way. There's a fairly large lead time on ordering it though. This is what you've been using. I want to look. Mech Alpha. I think I've... fairly sure I've seen this, but... yeah, so... okay. I don't think I saw this specific one. What is that lube? Do we know? Have they said? It's in the bottom. Kinematic viscosity, refractive index, flash point, freezing point. I don't know. Wonder what it is. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it'd be good for switches. It's funny because they have pictures of stabilizers there, and it doesn't seem like it'd be good on stabilizers at all because it's an oil. Man, these springs are super sticking together. I like that. I like how that turned out. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to build some of these. Oh my god, so annoying. Sorry guys, I know this is the most tedious part, and I really try not to, and I'm going to try not to in the future also, because it's just generally tedious, include the switch lubing component when I do accept that kind of thing on a stream. But I thought it was useful to at least do one, and for this customer especially because he wanted light. I'll probably do another my normal kind at some point, months from now. This thing seems to be working out. Thanks for following and watching and all that good jazz. I appreciate it a lot, by the way. So yeah, I'm oh, you want your first build to be some retooled blacks with thick lube? Yeah, honestly, if you did a light coating like this of 205 grade 0 and you want the buttery smooth feeling, I think you'd be in the right space doing exactly what you're talking about. Maybe even a little bit heavier of a coating, even with 205 grade 0. I think you'd still be in a great space if you wanted it real buttery and delicious. Om nom nom. That's where you're gonna find them good times right there. For linears, at least. Ah, no, not normally. Not just on switches. It's fairly tedious. If you want to do a whole build, though, that's a thing worth communicating with me on. I still have a on Mech Market a post-up. I think it's, if you sort by relevance, it's probably in the top 3, I think, on the services, if you're searching by flare services and relevance. But if you want a whole build, absolutely that's a thing worth talking about. If you want just switch lubing, man, I'm reluctant to do it. I definitely won't stream it if it's just switches, like no way, no how. But it's possible I'd do it, but honestly, I normally kind of price myself out of what most people feel is reasonable when they just want switches, and it's not because I'm trying to make them pound sand. I mean, I'm willing to do it. It's just, it's incredibly tedious. Like, in this case, because of this board, I was willing to do it. This seemed like a good cause. It seemed like a really good cause. The customer absolutely had an issue. And I felt bad for him because that sucks, right? You can't unsee how crooked your switches are, how crooked your keycaps are. Oh, I'm just gonna build these 30 right now, or 27, I guess, right now, and then we'll move on to the rest of them. Break up the monotony. Yeah, it's... I don't know. It's not that I'm completely unwilling to do it. You just need to contact me on... Dang it. I spent all that time aligning those. Contact me through Reddit and we can discuss. I understand you wanting to do your build, man. I like doing my own builds too. Although I have to admit, I am tempted. I posted on Nathan Kim's Reddit post when he did his, man, one day I gotta get a board built by you. I'm happy that he responded, yeah, you do good work. I like your builds too. But at the same time, like, I wasn't joking. It wasn't, that guy's work is phenomenal. If I were gonna do something through him, I think I'd do something kind of exotic. And that's the problem, right? Because those are the things that I especially want to do of my own, right? I especially want to build my own rare things. But that's okay. A lot of orders go to him. He does a lot of builds. I like watching his streams or the VODs if I can't make it. I'm happy that there's a lot of content creators and a lot of options for people who can't build their own boards to go to out there. I don't think there's a ton. I think, I don't know, maybe it depends on how they post. I've seen the way he does his, and I've seen the way that some other people do theirs. And some people seem a lot more exclusive about what they want to build. Probably for their own branding and imaging on their stream, and I don't blame them at all. I appreciate that thing. In fact, I kind of I'm half tempted to do exactly that thing. I still take some stuff that's not super exotic. They pay the same. I'll have some boards coming up that aren't super exotic. Like at some point soon, I'm going to build a couple KBD, some KBD fans boards for a customer. I'm going to do one of them. I'll do I believe this guy hasn't finalized, but I believe we'll do a frosted tofu with a DZ60. And you know, part of it's my own curiosity. I actually want to see what that board is like. I'm not really terribly interested in buying one myself. It's not really my style, but I'm interested. I want to see if it's good. My general opinion of KBD fans is that they represent... Really? Okay, KBD.fans. Just go there. You gotta check it out. Yeah, okay, so they make the tofu. That's easy. They're a Chinese company that does some pretty mass manufacturing of keyboard cases and PCBs, and they've dabbled in having some switches manufactured, some bespoke switches made through Gatoron. Are they bespoke Gatorons? The inks? I think they are, right? Whatever. They're good, man. They're good. The quality's not as high as like customs usually, but the consistency is really high. They're good. I had a problem with the tofu hot swap wind keyless that I bought. One of the earlier kits that I bought. Oh no, not you. And you know what? They made it right, man. So I'm not knocking them at all. I like them. Like I said, a lot of their stuff it's not really my style right now. I'm kind of going the more bougie kind of builds for myself, I guess. However, I recognize that the value equation works out better usually when the cost is low if the quality of the product is actually pretty good, which in their case it is pretty darn good. I would not shake my fist at them. What are some of my boards? I gotta get a bot apparently and get that rolling. Hold on one second, because I want to just make this really easy for you guys. In this one instance, super straightforward. Don't worry, I will be right back.
I'm gonna go to whoa, okay, so mine is the most relevant post right now in services. Only because I posted mine after thinking Kim probably. Not on purpose. All right, so that second link is just pictures of boards of mine. The first one is the Reddit post for my build services thing, but shameless plug on that one. So that Alice is the only one of those boards that's listed right there that is not mine. And load more images at the bottom. Trying to see if I've got other things on there. I do actually have some other boards. However, that's what I took pictures of, glamour shots for that thing, because those are what was around. That Alice was a customer build, and I'm going to take a picture of this, and I'm going to post this in that same Imgur link in the future. Imgur link in the future. So those aren't going to be populated with just my boards. I have done some other builds for people before I started posting customer builds. However, when I posted open on Mech Market, I tried to make sure that I had a decent way of tracking them. I do Google Sheets. I have Google Docs for the quotes themselves. I'll give people like rough estimates, but once they're like, yeah, I want an actual quote to do this build, I'll send them a no-joke quote, etc. I think things like that, if you're going to be doing it professionally, you're going to be taking people's money, are important. My process for that isn't as refined as some people's that I've seen, who I think have good stuff going on. And it's more refined than some others, but whatever the case is, I think that I'm going to start putting customer builds up on that post because it's work that I did, right? That's a portfolio. So those are mine, and I built those. And some of those vintage boards, you're like, hey, why would he put a vintage board up there? But those are like complete teardowns and rebuilds, right? I mean, they're like, that's actually more work than building a kit board. Like, you go ahead and tear apart an AT101, a Dell AT101, to remove a bunch of rust off of the plate. That's difficult without lifting pads. That Alice is beautiful, and man, I love that thing. And that customer, I don't want to give away like who he is or anything, but I have it on good authority that that board is probably, and I don't know for sure that it's that board, but I'm pretty sure it's that board because his username is there. On a thread related to Cerakoting, but I'm pretty sure that board is going to get Cerakoted, and it's going to be the shit. Those are just white on black keycaps. Those are just my caps. I just threw them on there for glamour shots. Hint, hint. I have another Alice coming. It actually arrived today, but a customer board. I'm pretty stoked about it. It's going to be a little while before I build that one. I think there are some choices that the customer needs to make still before we get to that one. Also, I mean, I try and keep a queue. Not too long, so people aren't waiting forever. But I'm trying to keep like a queue of boards to build on my Wednesday streams. If I find a lull, I'll build some of my projects. If I don't find a lull, then I'll build a bunch of customer boards, and that's okay.
But yeah, that's kind of my goal with the channel. Wasn't the Western group buy for salamander like 450 plus? Yes. I want to say it was like 5. That wasn't from the Western group buy of the salamander though. That was from the OG group buy. That one, that red one. So if you follow my Imgur link and you look at that the red board, it's like second or third or something from the top. That's my salamander. And that salamander, it was from the first GB, so it was more than 5. And actually that salamander has Alps Browns in it, and it has SGI granite keycaps on it. That is not a cheap build. That specific board. It's a wonderful build though. It's pretty awesome. I hope that the Western group buys finish on the Anno turns out better than the OG one, the Korean one. I love my salamander, and honestly I like that red color so much that I'm hesitant to have mine refinished, although I am highly tempted to have mine refinished. Do I ever sell some of my personals? Up till this point, I have sold none of my personal builds. However, that may change. There are a few boards on that list that, while I like them, they're just not used, and I'm probably never gonna make them dailies. That FC980M, I actually tore that apart, lubed those sliders. They're great. I put the BK heavies in there. They're great. If you like Topra, I don't hate Topra. I actually think that BKEs are great, but I just don't think it's for me. Honestly, until somebody makes an aluminum case for that, even though it's really nice, it is really nice for a plastic case. It's about as nice as I could imagine it being. It's super heavy duty. It's really nice. But honestly, it's just never going to see a ton of use, right? If I'm going to use something that's plastic that I think is really cool, I'll use this like brand new when I got it, FK2000, or an FK2001 that I have in there. Something vintage, probably. Or check this one, an ML115 with Alps Orange is perfect, exactly the way it came. It was so nice, so perfect, that even though I bought it to desolder the Alps Oranges off of it, I then went out and bought another one to desolder Alps Oranges off of for an Alps build that I did, for an Alps Orange build that I did. Because I was like, I could actually daily drive this ML115. Could just daily drive it. Hey, how's it going, Teal Tracks? What's up, man? Buy Niz instead, really underrated. Yeah. I've not played with a ton of them. I have seen them. I agree with you. I just don't see myself using that FC980C that much, if ever. So it may get sold. Things like that KBD 75, it may get sold. It's nice. I don't know if people would even want the Otemu Skies that are on it or not. They're a pretty budget option, but I'd basically give them away with the board almost. But if somebody wanted me to desolder it, I'd do that, you know? How you doing, Teal Tracks? You should check out the stream, man. It's really nice. Thanks for stopping by. Have any hot swap PCBs? 60% I don't use. Well, that tofu wind keyless I don't use. However, I am tempted to keep that and sell the Kira hot swap that I have, because I do want to have one hot swap board in the inventory, though I'm not 100% sure, because 60% are generally less desirable. I don't know. Yeah, I could probably get rid of that too. That could probably go away. I don't know, man. I've just never really pushed to sell boards in my inventory. But now that I'm taking a bunch of customer builds and I gotta be a little bit more selective about the personal builds that I schedule for me, yeah, I could. If you look in that album, it's in the album, I think. Isn't it? Is it not? Yeah, oh, yeah, there's not enough contrast in that picture for you to probably see the, yeah, hold on, I'll, it's, you're gonna have to remind me at the end of this stream, and I'll pull it out. But it's a gray, it's silver and gray. Silver on one side, gray on the other. I don't remember which is which. Though you might be able to tell that from the image now that I've told you that it's silver and gray. Oh no. Definitely not trying to use my stream as a selling service though, or as a selling platform for all my boards though, but sales platform. But I mean, I don't know, man. You can contact me on Reddit. You have my contact info. It's there on that post. Not much. Trying some different lube methods. I want a free PCB, so I'm using it as a way to improve my soldering before I destroy Heine PCBs. Heine PCBs are awesome. They have relatively small pad surfaces, which I think is awesome. But there's less heat capacity in them, so it actually probably means that the solder flows onto it really easily, and then it melts pretty well, and you don't actually have to have your iron on it for very long, comparatively. Your mileage may vary, and it may not be perceptible to you, and your iron may have its own idiosyncrasies that change that situation. However, Heine PCBs are awesome. I would try not to destroy them as well. I'll tell you what, man. What kind of soldering iron do you have? Oh yeah, the description. You're right. I will fix that. But I can't copy the link. I literally don't even have a keyboard plugged into this computer right now. I could go over to the other one. Contact me on Reddit. That's really the easiest way to get a hold of me. Follow me through that link. If you really want the Discord though, I will update it sometime at the end of the stream if you remind me, and I'll just show you the actual board. So you're trying different lube methods and you're trying to improve soldering skills. So I'm curious what lube methods you're trying. Feel free to shout them out and we can talk about them. These switches were tub lubed. But as for TS100, yeah, that's a great iron. A better iron than I have, I would say, honestly, in a lot of ways. I don't actually like it more than the iron that I have for the type of work that I do, but if I were only soldering a board here and there every now and then, and I wanted to have an iron that was relatively compact and could go with me wherever, it'd be awesome. In fact, I'm considering getting one just to have as a portable option. but I have mine kind of like permanently on this desk, so I don't pull it out every... I don't pull it out for every build. It's already out, so I'm not really that worried about having another option that's better or different here. Wow. Apparently I need to start using different tweezers. I'm gonna change this song. I don't know what it is, but I'm done with it. And by the way, if the volume is not right or it needs to be lower or something, please let me know. What's my favorite switch? Wow, man. Talk about a loaded question. I feel like no matter what I do right now, I'm gonna fire shots at someone by not mentioning them. Okay, so I'm a tactile fan. Let's say that. I presume you mean what's my favorite Cherry MX style switch. Let's start there. Do you mean Cherry MX switch, or do you include all of the kinds of switches that exist? Let's narrow it down. Because if you mean Cherry MX switch, then it's absolutely a loaded question. If you're willing to include all Cherry and Alps options, it's a much simpler choice for me. You don't really like Cherry's only browns? Like only Cherry browns? Every switch known to man. Well, I don't know of every switch known to man. So of the ones I've tried, that's okay. I'm gonna go with probably the most popular answer of all time. The safest answer for sure is the Model M buckling spring. But some might argue that is in fact a rubber dome. Right. I mean, it depresses on a sheet of rubber, right? There is a sheet of rubber involved. It is capacitive, right? So, all right. So, of switches, I think reed switches are pretty interesting. There's a lot of different options like that. I think that beam springs have amazing feeling switches. I would say of things that I could commonly put on a board in modern production, other than on a Unicomp, basically a Model M, right? Actually a Model M by all accounts. I think that probably Alps Browns. It's probably why one of the reasons I love that salamander that I built so much. But if we were to go to cherries, where it's a loaded question a little bit, if I have to choose a stock switch, like it came from the factory, the way that it goes into my board, I would almost positively say Zelio 78 gram V2s. Alps for life. Hell yeah, man. Alps are wonderful. Those are my feelings on it. I really like Holy Jesus, Holy Pandas, Holy Ox. But that's not a factory switch, right? I mean, I guess it's going to be kind of when Mass Drop has some made, and I guess if they enter mass production with them and they just offer them all the time, like they effectively are their Halo switches, then sure, we can then call it a production switch. But lubed Holy Pandas, Holy Ox are fantastic. I like the sound of them more, but not the feel more than V2's Zelios. You want linears, not tactile. Do I know if Telios and Helios feel the same, but Helios are just silenced, or does it change the feel? So Helios have a silencing bumper on the top and bottom. 3 of them, I believe, 3. Just like Silence. You can go look at the pictures. Either way, switches that have that in any capacity will have a very slightly different feel as they return and as they depress at the very bottom and at the very top. Now, usually your finger isn't riding the entire way up with the switch in a way that you're gonna feel that. However, it might if you're just slowly actuating. I would say that yes, it will feel different slightly at the bottom and the top. Now, at least in the Silence, so Helios are new for V2 Zeals altogether, but the Silence, the Silent V1s are absolutely less squishy at the bottom, or sorry, the Silent V2s are absolutely less squishy at the bottom out than Silent V1s. There's no doubt in the world about it. They still are not exactly the same as a Zelio. They still have the 3 rubber bumpers, which make better contact than the 1, which squishes a little more. I don't know, man. They feel different. Is your finger tuned well enough to feel that? Unknown. I have some Telios. I have a TX1800 with Telios, and I have some Telio V2s, and honestly, I cannot bring myself, like I said earlier in this stream, I can't bring myself to put those V2s in anything. As great as they are for what they are, I'm not a linear fan. And the Telio V1s that I have in the TX1800, that may be the next board of mine that I work on, to remove those and put something else in its place. Probably Holy Jesus. Maybe Zelios. So, yeah, that's my feels on that. I would say that in my limited experience, GAT yellows, which I've only felt in testers and on other people's boards, never my own, they feel pretty similar to Telios. So if you're on a budget and you're trying to get that experience, lubed GAT yellows gonna be pretty primo. I don't know if that's the right call for you. If you got the money, you're willing to spend it on the Telios or even the Helios if you want that silent thing, then just do that. No doubt. Even though this is tedious to me, I believe that I would probably like to try GAT yellows in a board for a little while, as much as I don't love linears, just to compare them to the Telios that I have, like on a daily driver for a week or two kind of basis. gotta go. Yeah, no problem, man. Come back whenever. It's no big deal. Awesome. Thanks for info. Still new and learning. Yeah, man, that's all good. There's one way to learn, and there's a couple ways in the community, right? You can reach out to people, you can read articles, whatever, or you can do it yourself. And doing it yourself sometimes is real pricey. Real pricey. Thinking about getting some GAT silent yellows, but couldn't find any videos on YouTube about them. Probably start with some retooled blacks, since they're just a little more than GAT switches, and then upgrade to Helios. Yeah, so you're new, right? Have you tried a bit of each of the different kinds, like in an actual board? Have you tried clickies? Have you tried linears? Have you tried tactiles? It's an important question, because when I got into the hobby, I was absolutely positive I was gonna want these linears over any of those other options, and it turns out that they are my absolute least favorite of a daily driver. I don't hate them, they just aren't my favorite at all. They're my least favorite. I don't think there's any switches I actually could say that I hate or that I dislike so strongly that you should never touch them. It's a little bit of a trend to say that browns are that way, but honestly, the only reason I don't love browns is because they're almost linear. So it's like, why? I mean, I guess if your finger is so sensitive you feel the bump every actuation, then sure. Yeah, don't be embarrassed about it. That's not embarrassing at all, man. Everybody's got to start somewhere. So I don't like recommending hot swap boards to people, because the hot swap experience, it just isn't as good. It is less good overall, no matter what. Well, and the switch field does change with that hot swap. Like, they're more solidly mounted, and it does affect the way that the switch feels a little bit. Granted, there's also multiple kinds of hot swap. They are not all created equal. But a hot swap board might not be a bad plan. Or getting something with Milmax sockets might not be a bad plan. Just try and avoid, don't try. Absolutely avoid. This is a thing that is absolutely terrible, and you should never deal with, is hole tights. That's a type of hot swap. You don't even need to look it up. Just know hole tights. Remember that thing. It's terrible. It's completely unreliable. Want to start hot swap, then you can find your perfect switch without having to buy multiple boards. Exactly. So here's the thing. There's something to watch out for when you do that, right? If you buy like a glorious modular or something like that. One, your stabilizer experience is going to be bad, but most importantly, some hot swap boards do not support switches like these that have PCB mount legs. Avoid those hot swap boards altogether. Because once you clip those legs off, sure, they'll mount on a hot swap board that doesn't support it, but they'll have this same problem that this board literally has, which is that without those legs, you cannot perfectly align your keycaps. And that's not worth doing. IMO. IMO. I can't wait till I get that thing. Nope, nothing on there. Jeez. So yeah, definitely avoid that. Or, I mean, pay somebody like me to get something that you know is generally really good, like community favorites. People think they're great. So if you want to try something by Cherry, right, you go Cherry Clears or Blacks. If you want to do Zelios or Telios or whatever, just get it soldered together. And then just be willing to have somebody desolder it for you. And it's going to cost some money. If it's really a simple board, you don't have timelines, stuff like that, paying somebody to just desolder it real quick for you might not actually cost you that much. If you're soldering it yourself and all you want is for it to be desoldered, it might cost you even less. I mean, there are options. That's all I'm saying. There are options out there for you. But yeah, go hot swap if you want. It's not a terrible beginner choice. I think I did a review of the Cura. I've talked about it on stream before. It surprised me at how many views it got on YouTube. It was like a ton. I don't know. For me, who basically has created very little content in the world, like an absolute ton. And like, I don't know, it's maybe a month and a half old or something like that, and it's riding over probably 1,200 views or something like that now. But anyway, people think I ripped that board apart, and I kinda did within our community's context, but for people who are just getting into something, it's not terrible, man. I mean, I actually appreciate that Kono and Input Club are reaching out and trying to engage people in a way that hasn't been available to them through a regular retailer before. Right? I mean, there's mass drop stuff, but that's not a regular retailer, is it? Arrgh. Cannot wait till I get the proper lube station. A proper lube station. Whatever, we're almost done with these. Then we can move on to soldering this board together real quick. Luckily it's a 60%. It'll go fairly quick. We'll throw some keycaps on there that are straight. We'll see that it's straight, and hopefully we'll be done. Either that, or we'll have to straighten some mods or something like that. There's a lot of play in this plate, so it's very possible. I may, in fact, stream the build and get it there, and then straighten those mods off stream as not to bore you. Or maybe I'll do it on stream if everybody's still digging it. Oh yeah, there's a bunch. Okay, hot swap is great. Makes keyboard customization less intimidating. Totally agree, man. Totally agree. You're 100% right. It does. And for noobs, absolutely a good thing, without a doubt. Great thing for the community. It's probably a part of the reason that the community's grown so much recently. You're gonna start with hot swap for sure. Just the easier and cheapest starting route, you think? For a great hot swap option, maybe not that much cheaper, but definitely easier and cheaper in terms of soldering, desoldering, soldering, desoldering, whatever. Absolutely. Another option would be to get a very inexpensive KBD fans type board and get a $30 PCB and solder it together. Once you've got, or to buy and sell a board if you're into that kind of thing. Yeah, it's totally doable. Also, later on, hot swap board's pretty convenient for breaking in switches. Absolutely. One of the only reasons that I've held on to that Cura still, I have yet to use it for that. Mostly because I have a bunch of Liku PCBs laying around, so I'm just kind of soldering and desoldering into those for those purposes. Then again, not all people have a Hacko FR301 for desoldering and all this stuff permanently set up in their home to do this building and deconstruction, etc. Well, it's not a pain if you have the right tool. I mean, it's more of a pain than soldering, kind of, if you have the right tool. It is for Alps or vintage stuff for sure, but for MX stuff on a modern PCB, it's not really that bad. It just takes a little bit more skill to not damage stuff. Yep, breaking in switches, man. It's underrated. Although I think people are kind of getting more used to it now. All right, man. Let's get to soldering this board. Stop wasting time and lollygagging. Oh, no. We still got one more thing to do before we do that, which is lube these stabs real quick. But we're not actually going crazy on his. We are going to pop these stabs out without popping the actual mounted ones off the board. Yeah, it depends on how much you type completely, but 2 weeks, and I'd say you're like, if you type regularly at work, or even semi-regularly, not semi-regularly, if you type pretty regularly, you don't have to be like the guy who's using it 24/7 or anything, but if you type pretty regularly, broken in. All right. Pop the stabs. All right. So check this out. This is what we're gonna do to these stabs, because he's already Band-Aid modded his board. I don't want to hurt the PCB, so we're gonna put our thumb right here. We're gonna lever against it. Nope. Wow, those stabs are in there real good. Wow. Okay. That one's not bad. Oh no. Because those already have a minimal amount of dielectric grease, and I don't want dielectric grease all over my... Yeah, turns out fingernail works best, apparently. And he used dielectric grease on his. Oh, and they're unclipped. I mean, they're... Alright, we're gonna fix those. I don't like that. I was contemplating it for a second. For just a second, boys and girls.
down. Nope. So there's one other thing we didn't do to this board yet, and that's test it. But that's fine. We're going to do that too. Yeah, see, that Band-Aid isn't lubed at all either. We're going to fix all of that. Oh, that's right. These are... Okay. They don't need clipping. Weird. That's right. Use PCB mount ones. Super weird. Anyway. Don't worry. We got this. We're going to build it. Better, stronger. Well, not stronger, but better. Yeah, I hope you guys, I hope you get a good hot swap option, man. I really do. Feel free, honestly, if you want to talk about it. Good resources would be to reach out here on one of the other people's streams, or pop onto like the top clack Discord or something like that and ask people there. Basically, hey, what do you guys think of this hot swap option or this or that hot swap option or whatever? Just shout it out. I don't care. Pop on over on Discord, whatever the case is. How come I only stream once a week? Gonna go to one of the tofu hot swap options, probably wing keyless. It's very possible that I'll stream more than once a week, and actually I have streamed in some instances more than once a week. It's just I only have one regular stream time per week, and that's Wednesday. But I got way more hits for customer builds previously on this iteration of posting than I did on any of the previous, so it's very possible that that I will stream significantly more. Pretty much. I don't like that he used dielectric grease. There's so little on there, it's almost insignificant. Alright, don't worry about it. I was like gonna wipe it off. There's so little on there and none in the actual hole that I'm not even gonna bother. It's already popped the soldering iron and everything on. Yeah, my tofu hot swap is wing keyless. And honestly, that's an incredibly easy kit to build.
My only advice to you is be very, very careful with how tight you torque the screws. They use a very weak zinc screw that could easily twist the head right off as the screw bottoms out. One of mine, this is a problem that I had with mine, and they made it right. They sent me one that had a so that one's a little heavier, so that one probably needs to get wiped off. No, it's not actually. So they sent me one that had a hole in the case that the PCB mounts to that wasn't threaded all the way down. So when I tightened the screw down, it started getting a little snug, and I was a little worried about it. So I was like, maybe I shouldn't tighten it more. And I was like, nah, there's like a huge amount of clearance, and I didn't have anything at the time to shim it with to like make it seat against the board and apply pressure correctly. So I didn't. And I tightened it just a little bit much. It still was way far away from seating. And what happened was it literally just stripped the head right off. They made it right. They were like, oh shit. Yeah, send us the board back. We'll send you, or send us the appropriate components back. We will send you. So we did clip these. Yeah, send us the components back that were busted. We will absolutely send you other ones. And it was actually more than one hole. After I investigated it, I only stripped the one head off, but it was more than one screw that wasn't threaded all the way down. So when I screwed it down, it bottomed out against the threads, but didn't bottom the screw out, and just snapped the head right off with very minimal torque. So my recommendation is absolutely for you to be careful with that. Check all the parts, make sure all the screws go in where you'd expect them to before you tighten everything up, before you apply any torque to anything, really. That's my advice. And I think you'll be fine. I think they make a good product. I'm not sponsored by any of these people or anything like that we've talked about, or anyone for that matter. I just want you guys to have the best experience, and I think they make a good product. At the budget end, or at the end where the value is the highest, at least, they absolutely make a good product. So yeah, I'll to answer your question from before about why I only stream once a week. I'm absolutely contemplating streaming more than once a week. In order to make affiliate, I believe you pretty much need to stream more than once a week, because you need to stream on separate days out of that period, out of that 1 month period. I think this might actually be the 7th time I've streamed in the last month, but I'll probably do it more than once a week anyway, just because I like it. But it's always going to be a balance, finding the time, having the right lineup of boards in queue, etc. I try not to have a long wait, so as I increase the amount of work I'm willing to take on, sometimes I'm going to have that. And it's going to ebb and flow. For me. But if I could do it twice, I think it'd be good. Thanks, man. I'm trying. I'm trying to do that exact thing. I want the content to be good. I want the quality to be good. I want to do cool boards. I'm willing to do customers' boards that are more mundane, that are cool to me in some way, or where they have a cool concept, or they're new or whatever. I won't offer to stream all of those, but I will stream some of them sometimes because it'll be good, you know, for people to see. I think there's a desire for a lot of people to see like super bougie boards, right? I mean, I'm interested in that. And I have a couple more of those coming. I'll read that comment in a second. Beep boop up. Love that name, by the way. It's an awesome name. You are willing, but are you willing to lick the case? I am probably willing to. I know you're referring to Nathan Kim. Sure, why not? But I'm not going to lick this case because this is customer did not request. But if you send me a case and you're like, also I want you to lick the case on stream, I mean, I may clean it with alcohol if it's like a used case. I would anyway, because there could be all sorts of stuff on it. I mean, from me to you, not from... No, I'm joking. Yeah, I would. Of course, why not? It's fun. Whatever. It's just a case. I'm not going to drink lube water, however. Which I saw Nathan Kim do. That's a little bit outrageous. Although, I mean, they say it's food grade. It's still a petrochemical. I don't know if I'm like intentionally putting petrochemicals in. Even if they're food grade, doesn't mean it is food. Lube water was lit. I laughed, but I would say we probably will not see a repeat of the lube water from Nathan. My .02. Maybe he will. Maybe. I don't know. Didn't somebody pay him to do it? I'm trying to remember the context. I know I saw it. I just... can't place it right now. No, it's not in backward. Just didn't want to seat correctly. Oof, that's way too much. This is an interesting playlist. Teflon pretty scary. Yeah, I mean, probably not in the... Probably the quantities involved in this are nothing compared to the amount of Teflon that we've eaten over our lifetimes. But yeah, generally it's an environmental toxin. It may be food grade, as in it's not directly acutely toxic. But I mean, look, man, I got a piece of plastic in my mouth right now. I mean, I'm not swallowing much of that, though. The sticker on food is fruit. Yes, you're totally correct. Totally correct. I mean, shit, there are foods that I will not put in my body. Straight up. Right? I mean, it's just truth. So... Oh, did I really put that upside down? Come on. Come on. Kind of a noob. What kind of a noob? This kind of a noob. That's the kind. I hate PCB. Clip-in stabilizers. But it's what he had. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat. I'm not planning on eating drinking lube water. It's not happening. Do not do. Do not want. Do not want. So, all right, let's get this thing going, right? Ton of these pins are bent. So we are going to put in some fixed ones. These are actually tighter. These retooled blacks are tighter in this PCB than the vintage ones were. So in case you're wondering why Retooled blacks better, this is one other reason. They fit tighter. I realize too tight is too tight, right? And if we put a Holy Jesus or a Holy Panda in there, might be a little bit much. But I don't think that's really where we're at with this, is it? Any upside down oriented switches on this E6-V2? Do not see any. We're not gonna line this all up all crazy style. He had a split, yeah. Yeah, these things are way more solid because of their PCB legs than those vents were. I'm actually going to put all three of these up here because I don't want to mess that one up. Those ones go sideways. No? Oh, yeah. Got it. Use the outermost ones so I don't lose track of. I'm just going to do this whole bottom row right here. Bent pins. Yeah, man, they suck. They suck. I hate them. But we'll put up with for customers. They're like all bent too. And actually, I'm happy to build this E6-V2. I've wanted to rebuild, or I've wanted to build one of these for a little while. So I'm pretty happy that I've gotten the opportunity to do it. It's a cool board, honestly. I mean, it's not like the highest end, craziest board that ever existed of all time, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. IMO. Oh, one that isn't bent. That's crazy. Okay. Now, did he have... which caps did he have? He had normal caps? Okay, so I think that's all of our options, right? Yeah, it's all the optional stuff. Exclusive makes cool boards. Yeah, I agree. I wonder if anybody who's watched or is watching or is gonna watch is getting in on that exclusive. Aren't they making? They're making the E6.5, right? Coming up here in a while. Wonder who's getting in on that action. Okay, so here's an objective test, right? Because there shouldn't be any, there should be maximum wiggle right here. And there's very little. There's some, but man, is it insignificantly small. I will jump and look at that link in just one sec. More in here. Optional gasket. Yeah. Oof. That E6.5, oof.
That is beautiful. Gonna get them all in. It's against my normal build order. Normally I solder a few in here and a few in there, but these are actually going in really well. I'm still gonna solder corners in first, but yeah, 65 huge, right? Yeah, it's cool, man. It's a cool layout. It's actually about the smallest layout that I could use somewhat daily. 65, 68, that kind of thing. Oh, the OnZ. I don't know, man. I think I'm probably stuck right now to TKL-ish things. I'm looking forward to that J01. I'm trying to hop in on that early first 10 round group buy. I hope that Jay, I hope that he lets me in. Honestly, it's a really cool board and I want to build one. The BNB 87. That's a board I'm all about right now. That is a beautiful board, man. It really is. In polycarb, I'm not even that big on polycarb, but that is a beautiful board to do in polycarb. That with some, oof, dude, that with some Alps browns. Or some Alps oranges, actually, with that polycarb case. Might sound real good. Be a little bit faster, you know, than the Alps browns. A little bit less. The heavy thud. I think people just literally had to ping him. He started building it on stream, and I was like, Jay, I want one in the thing, and he was like, yeah, I think people are gonna have to reach out to me on Discord, and I literally sent him a message right then. I was like, I want one. Let me in, please, please, please. Hopefully I wasn't like super annoying about it. It's a really cool board, man. I like the way that he built his sound isolation stuff. Honestly, it just seems like a really cool board. I like the layout a lot. I like those side F keys. It doesn't matter. Even if I can't get in on the first round, I'm totally going to be in on the second one. Let's get some more music going, because that stopped and I didn't like it. I don't know what you guys are liking, but let's do... No, I don't want to do indie staff picks. What is young and free? Nah, we'll do chill. Let's chill. Nope, that did not see correctly. Didn't feel good when it happened. Didn't feel good when I was trying to go in. I should have just pulled it all away. Man, these pins are crazy bent.
pull out the big boys.
Just to straighten the tip of that pen.
It's just the one that was right there. Hey, what up, man? How you doing? What are you doing tonight? Anything fun? Anything exciting? Or are you chilling? Wanted to talk about some boards. I think we were just talking about boards that we were into that are coming up. I think so far the J01, I mentioned the BNB 87, and then you just discussed the 65, the E6.5, because this is an E6-V2 that I'm putting together right now for a customer who was on earlier, kind of discussed what he wanted, throwing together with some Retooled blacks. Previously he had Vint blacks in it and had massive issues with this loose plate and his vintage black, which have no PCB legs, not being aligned at all. So this is how we're trying to solve that problem. Nice, dude. Tutoring, nice, man. That actually sounds really cool. Like, are you doing it to students or literally, I mean, obviously they're students to some extent. Are you doing it for like school students, or are you doing it for people who just want to learn? Or I'm curious what your typical clientele is. They all look clipped in real well. It's good. Coding boot camps. Oh, okay. All right, boys, this fan is gonna come back on. I am sorry, but I don't need to breathe these fumes. So if the sound is too loud, you let me know. I'll move the mic a little bit. Retooled. So Retooled is, there's generally about 3 accepted iterations of blacks. There's actually a lot more in terms of total number of lots and batches and stuff that they've run. But Cherry has effectively 3 major design revisions. There's something we refer to as vintage blacks, right? Which you may or may not be familiar with. But vintage blacks are, I mean, somebody can look it up specifically, I don't want to misquote, but previous to a certain era. Then for a really long time, they were making something that is generally referred to as pre-retooled at this point. So it's the least desirable of the 3, and pre, I think 2014, I want to say, what you're most likely to find, or what you will find. And then there's Retooled. So since then, they've been manufacturing MX Black switches with a slightly different design. The stems are a little different, the housings are a little different. Mostly it's the stems, but it's also the housings. And they're generally referred to as pretty smooth, like almost as smooth as really smooth vintage blacks. Yep, breathing in those solder fumes, what you gotta do. Or not. I'm not gonna So yeah, so the retooled ones are generally very desired. Second to some people have this desire to have the vintage ones. The vintage ones can be really nice. They can even be pretty amazing. In my opinion, 90% of the time, retooled blacks are as nice as the vintage blacks that I find. That's just my experience. People may or may not agree with that thing overall, but that's what I see. Now, your mileage may vary if you find new old stock or specifically really well worn but not abused, i.e. not dirty or mistreated in a way that got something inside the switch housing. That's where you're gonna find the really good vintage ones. But I would say that that's honestly like 10% of boards, because most of these vintage ones are being harvested off of Wise boards, terminal boards, and they were workhorses in all sorts of environments. Haven't found the resources to make it happen yet. Depends. Telios feels smoother. Telios are smoother, a little bit smoother for sure. Not much wobble. Retooled lubed can definitely be better, smoother, and they do sound better. I agree. Dang, man, you are on the ball. On the ball. Beep boop beep beep boop beep bep. Okay, we're switching hands. Too much play on the keys, wobble. Yeah, I mean, if you absolutely hate wobble and you're trying to choose switches right now, those Telios have very little wobble. Very little. You can make your blacks have very little wobble. Get some switch films, tighten up that housing a bunch. But you're talking about a lot of work and time, and fairly tedious work too at that. I mean, stock Telios are not bad, and if you're not trying to do a lot of work to it, and you really want smooth and no wobble, that could be a good way to do it. They're also expensive. Hey man, I'm not trying to lead you to Telios. I'm not a big Telios kind of guy. I would say those are my two. Telios and Retooled blacks are probably the two like go-tos I would choose in general for that. In fact, for this board, the customer contacted me with the problem that he was having, and I'm the one who suggested that he go to Retooled blacks based on what he was telling me. So I'm absolutely willing to say that. But I'm saying if you're trying to optimize for no wobble, for tight out of the box housings, that's a way to do that thing. Right? I mean, all these options exist not because one is the best. Like every new switch that comes out is not like better than the last switch that existed or came out. I generally agree that Zelios in general, V2s, are an improvement over V1s. Telios are probably the place where you see it the least IMO. But it is still an improvement. They're also currently at non-group buy prices, $1 a switch. So what kind of a board are you trying to fill? Yeah. Sound excellent.
I mean, there's a segment earlier when we were done lubing where I did a little bit of a sound check between the lubed Retooled blacks and a regular Retooled black. And I thought there was a difference. I hope you guys did too. I'm sure you did, but I could tell from here. I'm guessing you guys could over the microphone too. And these are lightly lubed switches too in here. Alright, I believe that's it, guys. Let's get this thing tested real quick. Do a test-a-rooney. I didn't even test it between. Oh no! Tangled cables. Okay. Oh, there we go. Pull up some switch hitter. Oh, it's having a hard time recognizing it. There it goes. Correct. 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 Oh, this is his this is his function, I think. Oh, that's down. That's num lock. Okay. I think this is his function layer. Yeah, it is. That's his function layer. Okay, so good with that. Let's shift. Unlock. There we go. That's every switch. Give me 1 sec. All right, so, oh, you go away and he becomes transparent. Spooky. Yeah, sorry, man. I literally stepped over there for 1 sec. All right, so we tested all this out. I don't know if you stepped away for that section or not, but I'll pull up. This is the switch hitter results. The down, up, down, whatever that was on the function layer. Oh no, we're on the wrong rig. This is where I wanted to be. So yeah, we're gonna put this case back together. Then we're gonna, we should throw some keycaps on it right now to check it out, right? Said I'd use monochrome, and it's on this right now, so we will pull them off. It's on this awesome TKC 1800, which is serendipitous because I have some of the correct keycaps. Wow, just that 175U shift, right? This is not going to be the best keycap set for this Lubing case that we had, but it will work because it is a very straight keycap set. Fairly so, at least. So far, those look in line with each other. I guess I should do this, but I'm fairly certain I'm in the right order. I know, man, I go away. You don't see me, man. Hard to notice that way. Okay, so the P maybe looks a little crooked. Hard to tell without all of the adjacent keys on there. This is a fairly long stream because we did switch lubing. I won't make you guys sit through all the mod or all the straightening if we have a bunch of that to do. And actually address this with the customer initially. We're like, this is what we're gonna do to try and fix it, but there's no guarantees. Technically, any number of things could be not straight, including the keycaps that we have on it, right? But I'm gonna try our best to make sure this thing gets done right. How's that shaping up, guys?
good on the view I can see of your guys's.
Got that a little sideways.
Maybe see a tiny bit from here, but oh, it's pretty right so far. Yeah, I know. Oh, well, I didn't know that you can't tell when yours are straight. But I know that it's hard to tell from the camera view probably until I bring it up a little closer. That being said, I mean, they are plastic, so there may be just a tiny little bit of play anyway, sometimes. This is not correct. The rest of these keycaps are not correct for this. So let me get the BMK tray. Man, what is this, like 2 builds in a row, or well, not 2 in a row, where I'm using this keycap set? I guess it's just accessible. Oh, no, I didn't use this in a build, or show anybody this in a build at all. Okay, I don't feel so bad now. Here's 2 keys mapped to pipe backslash. Okay, maybe he just really likes pipe backslash. I don't actually have set. I was like, this set came with that. Why would it not be there? 1U backspace. Is there a 1U backspace for this set? Oh. Actually, that's numlock. Well, it's going to become FM. Non-stepped caps lock, which is actually FN. Okay, this is backspace, but apparently I don't have the 1U backspace. Is it somewhere else? Yeah. Yes, this is numlock. I'll pull up the switch hitter, you can see. See it toggling right there? It's crazy, huh? Whatever, man. This should be control right here. I was like, I hope it's control. That should be the right one, right? Okay. Is it 7U? Okay. I mean, I can fix that. That's easy. I mean, I'm not going to change his mapping. He did not ask me to change his mapping. Yeah, this is his function key right here. It's actually where shift is. Which, I mean, teach their own, man. Whatever, you find the layout that works best for you, right? Okay. Oh, that's so confusing. What? Oh, he has 1 U here and 1.5 U there. That actually makes sense, right? Dirt. That makes complete sense, in fact. That's actually just me being an idiot. Oh, wait, what? Yeah, okay. His arrows are over here. So if you have to switch it up, right? Yeah, okay. Down. Hey man, I'm not gonna criticize this choice. It's his to make. It is bizarre compared to most people's preference. But I wish him the best of luck with it. If it's what works for him, and good for him. Okay, so stick my big head in there and look at these. P looks like it could be just a little bit crooked, so does O. Actually, O looks more crooked than P. P maybe just a tiny little bit. The gap between J and K is larger, and K and I. So K needs to be pushed up. Are these not labeled? They're really not labeled? Okay, alright, fine. That's irritating. That did not really help. O did straighten out, just a tiny little bit. Not as much as it could have. That is as straight as that's going to get. All right, boys. So let's see if you guys can see what I'm talking about. So if you look at the gap between J and K, it does look ever so slightly larger. Yeah, between K and I, and then J and I, in that corner, J looks a little closer to it, right? Just a hair. It's not much though. I don't know, they're pretty straight. I don't think I can really affect them that much more. I mean, P. P. That did not straighten out at all. All right, well, per the PCB pins, there are some very, very, very slight. Yeah, I know you can't. Here, I'll switch over to the main rig and you'll be able to tell over there. So look at the distance between J and K and J and H and H and G. Right? I don't know if you guys saw that. It's pretty minor, honestly. Pretty minor. But I can't imagine it's gonna get much closer. I mean, I'm gonna get this gap as close as I can on these two switches by pushing them. This is J and K. So this is literally pushing about as hard as I can on the PCB for J and K. And it is ever so slightly closer together, but it's still a bigger gap. And I'll show you guys. So look between J and K, then look at between like G and H, right? So yeah, that's about where it's gonna be, guys. I don't think it's getting any closer. There's not really a reasonable way to do that any better than we already have. This is, I believe, as good as it's gonna get. And it is mildly better. Well, it's a little bit better. It is, than what he had. They're a bit straighter. I'm still gonna try this P because it's pretty crooked. One more time. Just a little bit harder. Okay, I don't know what this song is, but we're changing it. It sounds okay, but it's a little weird. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's as straight as it's gonna get, as any of this stuff is gonna get, really. That was a lot of tweaking. The mods all look straight, which is good. This one is a little bit further. So we can try and push it. And then I'm gonna look at the ones that, nope, not a bit of budge, or just a tiny bit. I think we've done about as much as we're gonna do. I don't think it gets better. It is better than it was for him, but well, boys, I'm gonna throw this back together. We're gonna take some glamour looks at it. My other camera on my main rig seems to be kind of broke. That sucks. I'm gonna have to figure that out. My face cam, not the good one. So yeah, let's get his case back together. Clean all my stuff up. Middle piece. Bottom piece. Top. All right. Not the prettiest keycap set for this. Beautiful case, just not the prettiest keycap set for it. Always back those threads out to prevent cross-threading. And then torque them corner to corner like you would on, you know, anything. Hopefully that's the kind of guy you are. If not, it's the guy you should consider being. Seriously. Yeah, it was a little bit bigger, man, but I really wish that we were able to get this thing even better, honestly. This is I mean, on the TX board, which has like a non-fixed plate, right? Every switch is a universal switch hole. We were able to get straightened caps when I tried it with this exact set. So I know that this set is straight. But there it goes. Yeah, but I think there's just some inherent flaws in the way that the plate is laid out, and or the PCB, or some combination of them. It's pretty good, but bums me out that we couldn't get him even tighter. We got him pretty good, man. I mean, I torqued this P with both of these fingers. So if you look at it, it's crooked that way. I'll show you on the other camera, but I mean, I was applying a lot of force to this corner and down on that corner as I did the solder job on the back of it, and it tweaked just a tiny little bit, but I mean, more force would have been way too much on this. And I'm telling you, I believe that's about as good as it's going to get. Unfortunately. I mean, actually, this whole side looks pretty darn good. For the most part, it's uniform, very uniform. Until you get over here to uniform. And there's a little bit bigger gap, and a little bit bigger gap, and a little bit bigger gap, and then it gets smaller. It's almost like these keys, right, these switches right here, there's like more spacing between them. I'm actually surprised with as much play as there was in the plate. But either way, that's, I think, all she wrote. That's as good as it's gonna get for this board. And it does look better than the original, so hopefully the customer's happy. Plus now it has these, oof, so clean. All right. Since my face cam over there is actually not working, I will go do a glamour shot of the board over there, but we're gonna do sounds right here. And it won't be as good because, you know, this. But I'll get that fixed before the next time. Anyway, I'm gonna pause this music. I'm gonna get this mic settled in. Hopefully this isn't crazy loud. It's, you know, about 9 inches away. I don't normally do this kind of thing over here, so this is gonna be weird, but pull up 10 fast fingers. And we'll see what we can get. Browser. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There we go. I don't know where backspace is. So awkward. I was like, I don't know where it is. A little bit. Yeah, just a tiny little bit, man. It's not much, but hashtag redo. I mean, you saw how we rebuilt it. We used PCB mount switches, all the torque in the world, did not save. There's no straightening that. I think that's inherent to this plate kind of thing. I'm not saying it's not fixable. It is fixable. The way to fix that, though, is definitely not something the customer and I discussed. But the way to fix that would be to desolder that whole thing, to take strict notes, very detailed, of where the gaps are, and then to take the actual plate, right, and a file, and file down the edge where the gap is larger and get it shorter. And then you'd have to refinish that plate to make it look right. That's a lot of work. I honestly don't know if it's worth that. I would do that for my own board, but I can't imagine a customer wanting to pay for the time involved in that, right? Because realistically, what I'd have to do is take all those notes, get that right, figure out exactly how much of a gap I wanted to cut out of there, and then, or roughly, very, very, very close, but roughly, pull it apart, file down the correct amount, miking it the whole time. That's a lot of time, by the way, or using calipers in this case. Gauging that distance to make sure that I'm moving the correct amount. Sandblast the whole plate. I do have the equipment to do that. And then repaint the plate. That plate looks like it's finished really well, so I wouldn't want to do something simple like spray paint like I've done on other things. I have some Cerakote in black. I mean, that's a huge effort. Honestly, the way I would handle that, even though this board is beautiful, if that really bugged me, if I could not get past that, would be to sell it and buy something different. We did all the work we possibly could, I think, within reason. Although the customer is going to watch the VOD again tomorrow, the end of it, and he can let me know. But let's get a type and test done. And oh, when did it reset? 13 words per minute. When did it reset exactly? Ah. Dude, that was terrible. 60. I'm sorry. This backspace position is totally throwing me off. Like I'm derping all over here knowing that I need to search for it. Anyway, 60 is fine for me for right now on this board. 60 words per minute for a 60%. That's apparently what we're gonna get. Tons of mistakes. Anyway, boys and girls, I'm gonna move over to the main rig. You're not gonna see my face anymore because camera busted. I'm gonna try. I'll try and fix it. But who knows? Who knows?
Oh my god, guys. Sorry. So you're here for the sound of music. And I messed that part up. I unmuted it. So what I'm saying is I think most people aren't gonna notice that too carefully. The P maybe just a tiny little bit crooked. The distance between the J and the K versus the G and the H or something like that. Yeah, I'll show it. I'll absolutely show it in just a second. Absolutely. So yeah, so that's that, man. I feel like the customer is going to be happier than he was. I think the switches are awesome, but I think that it's as good as it could possibly get without a ton of work. Is the camera strobing or is that just the fan? Are you talking about the main camera? Like this camera? Or are you talking about like this camera? Okay, the first one, it's actually probably this lamp, which is probably has a flicker rate. That camera is really solid. That's a Sony A7R II. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. That's really annoying that this camera's the main one, or the face cam's freaking out. Super, super annoying. Anyway, I'll figure that part out before the next stream. And then this is good. So I'm gonna pull that tofu out so you can check it out for just a second. I'm gonna move this because this is useless to us now. This is a beautiful board and I hope the customer is as happy as he can be. I think that it was a success in a lot of ways. We did correct a lot of the crookedness, but there are still some slightly inconsistent gaps. Maybe that's just me being a perfectionist, or him for that matter, but it matters to me. You want to see the tofu, right? So hold on. I know that word is on here somewhere. Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. So this is a much less good board. I'll go show it under the other light right before I end the stream. But this is what this board looks like. Tofu and keyless. Where it fails compared to a board like that, these edges are much sharper. Like could cut you if you hit them real hard. These holes are cut at a weird angle, so anything that you put in there, the screw when you put it in there, whatever bit driver you put in there is gonna potentially scratch those sides. The brass weight that goes in the back, when mine came, had to be hand fitted. I literally, this thing was crooked like that, not that exaggerated, but crooked. So when I put it in, I literally took a flat surface like this, maybe not this neoprene, right? Put sandpaper on it and just ground some of the bowed out surface off. And then I polished it with a really high grit sandpaper. And when I put it in there, it's tight. It's nice now, but there was a problem. Right? This one has box navies in it right now. That camera, man, it's driving me crazy. Anyway, so yeah, there's a little bit of a fillet right here, is what they call it. So it's a little rounded over, but these edges are sharp, 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 and pointed. Not pointed, very, very slight fillet. Box navies, rip keycaps. So these are retooled box navies. And yeah, I realize that they can still do stuff, but these are also PBT keycaps, so very unlikely to do anything other than potentially stretch a little bit. Cool, man. We'll talk. I like the board, honestly. It was a little bit more work than something like this. This, I had to hand fit this weight. I had that issue with the top piece when I screwed stuff together. It's just not as perfect, or it wasn't. I bought mine as part of the initial group buy though, so maybe the production right now is better. I don't know. You can see mine is two-tone. Right, it's darker gray on the bottom, lighter gray on the top, or silver almost. All right, anyway, thank you guys very, very much for joining me. I'll make sure this camera works better next time. Send this back to the customer. Next time, for anybody that actually watched this far along, the next build is going to be 2 weeks from today. Not even. Yeah, 2 weeks from today. Because I'm on vacation all next week. I'll be on a cruise. And the next build after this it was supposed to be a Prionic and 2 planks, which I was going to spread out through that week, so I'll get some multiples during that week. But it's going to be 2 KBD 66s, which I may just kind of spread out through that week, or I don't know exactly what I'll do, but I got a couple of those. And then we got some real interesting stuff, at least in my mind, coming up after that. Customer boards just arrived. Something really cool. I've done one before. Some TGR goodness and some LZ stuff. Probably in reverse order. I'll probably do the LZ board first, and then the TGR. Thank you, Gabby Meggs. I'm logging off right now, but absolutely come by for the next stream. It won't be next Wednesday. It'll be the one after that. Take it very, very easy, guys. Bye.